Old media. Old media will not be forced back into a historical village, like cute old handicrafts, wielding the same brief power of nostalgia as a spinning wheel in action. The old media are as intoxicating and empty as the new playthings. Their age is no guarantee of wisdom. Nor can we accuse the old media of dull or demented behavior. Their chronicling continues. They perceive with the one sense to which they have been doomed. With a little exercise, old media may serve us just fine amidst all the contemporary telematic machinery.
Rockefeller is your vice president and your mama don't wear no drawers. Kenny G with Malayala, a fat lady with her own circus, rounds the corner burping for our people. Niggy G, the non-girl poet, strokes Shakira's tool. Charles Wrangle in drag, the new Statue of Liberty, he and Cheryl, Our Lady of Constant Backwardness, whisper little nothings in Gerald Ford's ear, float out across the airwaves for niggas to hear the caucus, our new petty B, quislings already in the new revolutionary years. It's just that we got to build our systems of struggle by struggling with the ugliness in us. The guarded motion toward the master's life, the grim slave master capitalist, and the gruesome reactions to that which sometimes are that backwards. God in whiteface, God in blackface, quote, protect our market, unquote, is a sign the Priest and Poets Union of South Chicago raises instead of ruthless struggle. Oppressed nation rising and hook up with all the beat up peoples rising. Black workers, the masses of us in tune with all workers, with all the strugglers focusing at last on concrete reality. We will organize where we are and make war on the enemies of humanity. Don't be fantasizing about no other jive. It's time we set it all and moved. It's now, it's here, it's real. Check it close, describe reality and change it. Build revolutionary systems and confront the beast clear. Seize the factories, the land, the sources of energy and the state, the dictatorship of the builders, the workers, the whole proletariat, black, brown, red, yellow, white, to paralyze the instability of the multicolored middle class and crush by force the resistance of the bullshitters. A new reality is better than a new movie. How will it go? In crumbling earthquake, towering inferno, juggernaut, volcano, smash up? In reality, other than the feverish, near-real fantasy of the capitalist flunky film hacks, though they sense its reality breathing a quake inferno scar on their throat, even snorts of 100% pure cocaine can't cancel the cold cut of impending death to this society. Does it reach you getting up, sitting on the side of the bed, getting ready to go to work, hypnotized by the machine and the cement floor? The jungle treachery of trying to survive with no money in a money world, of making the boss $100,000 for every $200 you get, and then having his brother get you for the rent. And if you want to buy the car, you help build, your down payment paid for it. The rest goes to buy his old lady a foam rubber rhinestone set of boobies for special occasions when Kissinger drunkenly fumbles with her blouse, forgetting himself. If you don't like it, what you gonna do about it? That was the question we asked each other, and still right regularly need to ask. You don't like it, what you gonna do about it? The real terror of nature is humanity in rage. The real terror of nature is humanity in rage.
Christ, he told me. I went over there and there was Barney in the corner. He was caught between the wall and the dresser. He'd fallen in there. His legs were up in the air. There was dried shit on his legs and piss and puke everywhere. He was in his shorts and undershirt. "Hi, kid," he said. He'd run out of wine and was drinking canned heat. "This place is awful," I told him. "It's where I live," he said. "I know it's where you live. You mind if I open a window? Go ahead." I helped him out of the corner and put him on the bed. "Let's go to Peru," he said. He told me there was some money in his pants, and he told me to buy him this gallon jug of Red Mountain and 4 packages of peanut butter crackers. I came back with the stuff, left it by his bed. He was asleep, and I left. When I came back the next day, the crackers were uneaten, the Red Mountain empty, and his legs, he was back stuck.
The apple tree bludgeoning, This hot day after rain. Oh, everything is growing, even too high. We're still here, the apple tree planted 2 years ago. I wrestled with the dragon who holds the diamond jewel of liberation. It came out, wander in the big dome of living tissue. Chill waves of reason. Days move under us as I go over them.
Society of the debacle. The hadn't faith in new media, project management, production control, flexible planning, retraining, improvisation, image and identity is the tried and true method for introducing new techniques. At first, the functioning of all those curious machines and concepts causes amazement. But once they are generally accepted and actually do their jobs, attention shifts to the moments in which their method and techniques fail, and then they are immediately written off. Once normality is achieved, every cyber technology loses its nimbus and can be routinely employed. The breakthrough of stagnation is the surprising turn that history has completed since 1989. As long as the end of progress was still being announced, nothing happened. But bungling should win out. To be sure, self-organizing principles like chaos, artificial life, fractality, biosphere 2 and turbulence are optimistically engaged, but are stuck in their advertising phase. Consequential cancerous metastasis is not achieved, and they remain models. Failure, on the contrary, is in principle not a model, much less a strategy. In this respect, it distinguishes itself from everything that the 80s provided by way of ideas. Downfall is not fate. Fate approaches from the outside, while the fiasco comes from within, without having been able to be programmed ahead of time. The inherent disappointment that unfolds is not a bug that can be removed from the program. In the age of over-organization and a social experiential surplus, avoiding a flop has turned out to be a swamp in which thoughts of success have bogged down. Attempts are still made to redefine failure as an educative moment, but Philips CDI, atomic power, the reunification of Germany, they all turned out strong concepts which, though not unpromising, led to nothing. After pop culture's loser pose, we now have insight into the failure of theory.
This is called There Is No Good on Earth, and Sin is But a Name. leaves, around like weeds. Spoon was full of spill, broth puddled the cloth, potatoes were feathers, and father sulked. A flock of swallows rose like words, and father sulked. Across the square, a flock of words clattered to the pavement. The boy who sucked his thumb had it severed with scissors because he sucked. The girl who made faces had her face frozen in a scowl. And Suki, who played hot tights with matches, was burned to ashes. Under the high, proud trees, family sat down to supper, punctual as pepper. But father sulked, and words failed like candles. Then bones in the grave were teeth.
There's cruelty in every jewel, and each black lump of coal was once a multitude of lives. Within his skin, each guru holds a fool, but none like me, who secretly contrives a liberation filled with buttercups and blue-eyed grass and golden tracks of spring upon the hill, and air that's filled with scent of rose and dill.
I thought that nothing would change me. I was not listening anymore. Still you continue to affect me. I was not thinking anymore. Although I said I still was.
This was a really long time I wrote this manifesto. I'm trying to find it. Let me see. Manifesto. Domestic manifesto. I wonder when I wrote it. Shall we see? Manifesto. I have actually no real understanding of when I wrote it. Let's check the publishers. Las Indurias, I think. Yeah, shop. Let's shop my domestic manifesto. And hope that it's mentioned when it's from. Can I search? Yeah. Sanna, Helena, Berger. Let's shop. Here we are, out of stock. Well, unfortunately, we cannot buy it. I also don't have one. It also doesn't say when it's from. I think it's from 2016. Here, let's see. Published 17th of ABR, April in Spanish, 2016. Caracas, Venezuela. Oh, that was a bad accent, Venezuela. So, from 2016. In homage to the experience of domesticity, there are some preconceived ideas of mediocrity to eradicate. The notion that all extraordinary activity is superior to that of the ordinary must be abolished. This is not an absolute, but rather a generated modern idealization of overindulgence in the opulence of life. The ornamental should not overshadow the simple, and simplicity should not be humbled as procrastination. The actions we take per automatism should not be lesser than the action we seek as a stand. Neglect not the moments of seemingly mundane functions. A body is a motor, a prosaically functional form with resolutely practical purpose. Individuate not yourself, but the circumstances of your situation. Let it not all be effect, and factor not the wow as the foundation of its gravitas. Take solace in the everyday you find yourself in. Leave the notion that what is not wildly successful amounts to nothing. Define not your standard by the highs of existence. You have a varied contribution. Don't be convinced of your own self-worth as easily as you are of others. Intend instead to manage your contempt for the still life and take stock of what is actual mundanity and why the absence of this character will render you less likely to be bored and more likely to dedicate time to efficiency. There is poetic material here. A summary of these realities suggests not act, but rather live every day as if it is an everyday day. No sum of moments of reality amounts to nothing. Let yourself sleep without the fear that you are in a state of inactivity. Surrender yourself to the afternoon nap as it allows you a representation of realities that you cannot access awake. Draw not from the formula of instantaneous effect. Let time wash your hyper-consciousness. You will not lose all footing when putting them on a stool. You cannot credit your time spent in the aisle of the supermarket. In these times, you are gathering fundamental elements of your existence. And there is no charm in the drive for perfection. Sink not into the ideals created for you by an impatient generation, fueled with misconceptions of what it is. Fueled with misconception of what is standard living. Take pleasure in error. Be less capable. You are not an enterprise. Disguise not this aspect of intellectual life with the comparison of your continuous action. Inaction does not equal failure. Observe that an everyday scenario is not a cage. Immediate release is not in effect here. What is this chore? A regular occurrence, a tirelessly functional scenario, an errand, a must? Can a domestic scene not be excitingly capricious? Is there a failure attached to a going through emotions? Cherish the unsparing quality of a task which needs to be performed, a utility. Comfort in the daily life is not to be mistaken for the less adventurous, or for that matter, advantageous self. There is no justification necessary to take pleasure in the tendency to be practical. Don't always seek to increase the chances of your successes. We cannot be inferior to overachievers or made to feel lesser because we cannot gallop along with the herd with no time for contemplation. We should not undermine our intellectual capacity to a degree where we barricade through with the action of doing, as if these are the truest forms of achievements. Do not make a case against a realistic attitude as a lesser-known cousin to ambition. There is no failure in not being willing to take part of the grandeur of self-importance. Hoist the flag of mediocrity with as much poetic nobility as that of those placed at the end of the earth by adventurous risk-takers. Because the everyday is a welcome antidote to the extraordinary that awaits us around every turn. Observe your choice to procrastinate as a right. Apply no method to your protagonist, but allow the free roaming of reclaiming the gap in the schedule. Be an ordinary observer sometimes. Don't throttle yourself into any situation as the missing link. Spectatorship and passivity does not necessarily lend itself to submission and defeat. Your voice must not shout louder than the next. This creates a choir of self-affirming noise which strips a conversation of any real importance. Contribute not only to moments where your role is assured as that of authority, but hum a little tune of adequacy, and thus open the door to rationalize domestic bliss.
スパやりますか。ハンディつけますから。前じゃないよ。やるのは俺。前じゃないよ。やるのは俺。やりますか。ハンディつけますから。前じゃないよ。やるのは俺。
通夜も葬式も終わって今一段落した。
怖い。
え？
なんだか怖くて自分が。
もしもし。もしもし。
津田さん。
もしもし。小島か。
この度はご愁傷様でした。
もしもし。
皆さん地下の霊安室でお待ち。
ひずる。ひずるか。親父が亡くなったよ。
なんかそんな気がして。
通夜も葬式も終わって今一段落した。
津田さん、怖い。なんだか怖くて自分が。ご愁傷様でした。
もしもし。もしもし。
皆さん地下の霊安室でお待ちです。
もしもし。小島か。もしもし。ひずる。ひずるか。親父が亡くなったよ。
津田さん、なんかそんな気がして。この度はご愁傷様でした。
今一段
皆さん
落した。
地下の霊安室でお待ちです。怖い。なんだか怖くて自分が。
もしもし。もしもし。もしもし。小島か。もしもし。ひずる。
津田さん、
ひずるか。
この度はご愁傷様でした。
親父が亡くなったよ。
皆さん地下の霊安室でお待ちです。なんかそんな気がして。
通夜も葬式も終わって今一段落した。
怖い。なんだか怖くて自分が。
もしもし。もしもし。もしもし。小島か。
この度はご愁傷様でした。皆さん地下の霊安室でお待ちです。
ひずるか。親父が亡くなったよ。
なんかそんな気がして。
通夜も葬式も終わって今一段落した。
怖い。なんだか怖くて自分が。この度はご愁傷様でした。
もしもし。
皆さん地下の霊安室でお待ちです。
小島か。もしもし。ひずる。ひずるか。親父が亡くなったよ。
津田さん、そんな気がして。
通夜も葬式
この度はご
も終わって
愁傷様でした。
今一段落した。
皆さん地下の霊安室でお待ちです。なんだか怖くて自分が。
もしもし。もしもし。もしもし。小島か。もしもし。ひずる。
津田さん、
ひずるか。
この度はご愁傷様でした。
亡くなったよ。
皆さん地下の霊安室でお待ちです。そんな気がして。
通夜も葬式も終わって今一段落した。
怖い。なんだか怖くて自分が。
もしもし。もしもし。もしもし。
津田さん、
小島か。もしもし。
この度はご愁傷様でした。
ひずる。
皆さん地下の霊安室でお待ちです。
ひずるか。
やるか次の試合。
どういうこと？それ
なんだよそんな怖い顔して。
side building, and I came inside with Nancy. And then Nancy got lots of doors to hide in, and I keep following her.
You were following her?
And then we were in playing and sleeping all day long without our mums.
Was it fun?
Yes. And we slept in our own beds because Mama and Dad carried their own beds, gone in a different house.
So you didn't have any grown-up beds in your house?
Nope. We all by ourselves.
Just you and Nancy?
Drinking some tea.
Tea?
Yes.
Really, like grown-up?
Yes.
あいつ就職したってでしょ。結局あいつは何にもなってない。しかし奴らを探してる時と同じ。
バカだね。何化け物にボクシングを教えてんだよ。そんなことして危ないのはあんた自身じゃないか。大変なの？仕事。
いや、そんなことない。俺今いい具合だもん、会社で。
稼いよ。私もバッチリ稼ぐから。ねえってば。
ああ。
どうしたの？
ああ、小島拓司ってのからね、日釣りいる時連絡あったら。
誰それ？
高校の時のね、後輩。
嫌いなの？
いや、まあ。
私と。
早くねえな。
If you look at that crowd, it's insane. Insanely flat. Everybody's the same. Everybody is wearing the same things from the shops. Everybody is exactly doing the same thing. They all go to the same direction. This spot doesn't even exist. There's nothing to do. The crowd is just killing the identity of people. And that's all. All their fake goals every morning. Their prestation. They're compulsively obsessed about just staying on top of their work. They should stay on top of their life and don't believe that thing that makes them believe that to be on top of their life will be if they are on top of their job. As an artist can be a motivation to just criticize all of this.
runner, quick and with a big stride as well. The only trouble being that no matter how fast I run, and I did a very fair lick even though I do say it myself, it didn't stop me getting caught by the cops after that bakery job. You might think it a bit rare having long-distance cross-country runners in Borstal, thinking that the first thing a long-distance cross-country runner would do when they set him loose at them fields and woods would be to run as far away from the place as he could get, on a belly full of Borstal slum gullies. But you're wrong, and I'll tell you why. The first thing is that them bastards over us aren't as daft as they most of the time look. And for another thing, I'm not so daft as I would look if I tried to make a break for it on my long-distance running. Because to abscond and then get caught is nothing but a mug's game, and I'm not falling for it. Cunning is what counts in this life. 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 Cunning is what counts in this life.
Machst du mir einmal das Ding aus, bitte? is om mensen te vinden die precies zo praten en denken als jijzelf. En dat er gradaties zijn. Met de een kun je wel redelijk praten, maar het is dan de vraag of je achteraf allebei denkt, waar ging het eigenlijk over? Maar meestal nemen de mensen niet de tijd om dat zich af te vragen. Ze hebben zich geamuseerd en iets gedronken en gegeten, dus het is al goed genoeg.
thought all day about someone taking me to a waterfall and being healed by the waterfall. It's not that I want to be saved, it's more like I want to enjoy something with someone else, like a waterfall, even if it is unlikely to restore me, but perhaps the gesture of someone taking me to the waterfall would be restorative. I'm in so much pain now, it's becoming very difficult. Just being touched is painful, or body laying down touching the mattress. I added ginger and star anise to the chicken bone broth today, and I pretended it was really nice, even though I'm not sure I can really taste things. When your senses change, you start to question yourself as a body, and it's very easy to doubt everything.
Nadien ten gevolge van wendbare schermutselingen die de golf weerbarstig verlangen onmiskenbaar opvingen, uitbreidde en voortstuurde.
Scheiße, Mann.
I don't believe that. Life can't just come to a stop.
Superb, all up in this shit for the decimal. See me in the street, right? Shout for the rule, thought talk. I trip up your third walk and paralyze you. Fake nigga, I despise you when calm stop. E-block, we shared octopus in the cell. Locked down, vomit off roof shit. Real niggas, Newports and extra matches. Woo, the struggle. My team wanna relax, kid, lay back. Loving life with a passion. It's no accident when my max fit, no image. Just the realest nigga in your vision. Violate the code, I erase your composition in the floor game. We got lost, y'all shice balls get lost. We go floors, it cost 1,600. But I don't know the carrots on some spin dough shit. Cause I have to have it experience. Y'all big niggas take me serious. Or you will be a body and your man to be a witness. I could've killed him. When he said he had children, if he come through correction, he better have protection. Fuck y'all niggas talking about, sir. I got the car, sir. It's firm, sir. Hey, yo, fuck y'all niggas, sir.
hand that's playing the 2 beat, and I'm just going to count it very slowly. 1, 1, 1, 1. I'm going to subdivide this into groups of 3. Same tempo though. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now this hand, I'm going to play on the subdivisions 1, 3, and then on the next grouping play on 2. So it'll sound like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Now when I put them together, this is playing the 1 of the main group. This is 1, 3, and then 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. For every 2 beats this plays, this is playing 3. A little faster. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. A little faster. Faster.
Alright, try number 2. Sorry about that shit, bro. But anyways, yeah, like I was saying, I first got really my eyes open to oil painting through you, through an ad in Thrasher magazine forever ago. I saw what I believe is the 3 Fates on Thrasher. I think that was the one. And I was like, damn.
誰に援助がいるじゃなし、ここは天国、ここは天国。 It's over. It's over.
Who I am as a person versus who I am, who I was in that environment, which are two separate things, I think. And I think that a lot of us are shaped by the environment because it can be a real pressure cooker. And I think I had enough space to
気づかなかったからごめんねって言いたい。気づかなかったからごめんねって言いたい。
Sometimes I imagine you guys be like the meta version of the Siri Friends, or like the Neo version or something. Who's Phoebe? The beauty Phoebe, or like the Neo Phoebe?
Welcome once again to the temporary Bow-Legged Theatre. I'm your host tonight, Bow-Legged Lynn, and we are here tonight to answer the question, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?
Let's see, Poland. It's on white film.
Feel good that I was listening to Meeks from Mr. Philadelphia, the Dream Chasers 1, the Dream Chasers 2. And now I'm with him, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know, like I looked up to him like a big artist, you know what I'm saying? Now I look at him to him like a big brother.
My name's Hikmah, and I'm the advisor and guardian of Johnny. We were together in the womb. We were whole at one time, and then we separated. And there was like a lack of trust between both of us, which I eventually won his trust. And I'm starting to trust him. Now he's listening more. But I think the split happened when he decided to deal with cruelty, bullying, child abuse, a lot of violence from his mother, abandonment. He never met his father. His mother had an extramarital affair, and then he had the only father he knew, which was his mother's husband. Then he left and abandoned Johnny to the disturbed will of his mother, who basically thought beating a child and to have that child fear for its life would make her life easier. So the first split came, I was kind of reminded of it the other day, by something my nephew said to me when I was hanging out with him one time. He says, "Do you still have an imaginary a friend?" And I was like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, Grandma told me you had an imaginary friend." I said, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah, anytime that you did something naughty and your mum came to chastise you, you would say, 'It's not me, it's the Johnny under the bed.'" And it's kind of always been like that. The Johnny under the bed is always, we've both done jail sentences together. And I've tried to convince him during those times to channel his energies into places where old men and racists don't get to control his liberty. And he's combative, it's very aggressive, can be extremely violent, because he's obsessed with never ever being vulnerable again. So if I find the right way to talk to him, the energy goes in the right way. For instance, I say, you see those people that have power over you, you can take power away from them by not breaking the law, and they don't exist anymore. And he loved that, so consequently we haven't done a jail sentence in a long time. I think the energy is very powerful because it kept you alive in the womb, and then you went through childbirth, contractions, all these type of things, you know what I mean? Life force is a very powerful thing, but if it's misdirected by a hurt mind, then it's a problem, you know what I mean? He wants to murder them. He doesn't care where it is. He doesn't care about the cameras or in the supermarket or tearing a bus driver out of his seat, stamping all over his head. You can hear he's coming more into the room now, right? Do you know what I mean? And, it's very difficult to be philosophical when somebody's being a dick. Somebody shouts racist abuse at his son on the street. feeling, wishing for the car to stop so he can kill everybody that's in it. But he doesn't think about how that will horrify his son. So I just have these small little pockets where I can just talk to him and tell him that. Then he listens because he trusts me. So I'm the only one that hasn't abandoned him. Or basically wrote him off as a complete fucking lunatic.
Has he always trusted you?
No. Calls me a fucking idiot. Do you know what I mean? This person has to die. You know what I mean? And I don't. It's just that, well, I've got to stick my knife in that person. After that, I'll listen to you. Those were difficult days. And then he started fucking about with guns. So that was an interesting phase. I didn't seem to have any power over him at that time, so maybe I always look at it philosophically. He's supposed to learn that. That will come in handy one day. He obviously wants to have a good life. So in the pockets when he's not triggered, he gets triggered by people not finding him the centre of their world. You know what I mean? He's a child. He gets triggered by people not thinking about him. You know what I mean? People mocking him. People not saying sorry if they bump into him. You could just step on his shoe and he'll look at you. And he'll wait. And then if you don't say, he has to walk up to you and say, hey, you stood on my shoe. And if that person doesn't respond properly, he's capable of jumping on them, holding them by the head and biting their nose off and swallowing the nose so they don't get a nose back on their face because he wants to punish them. You know what I mean? So I've got to do a lot of work in the downtime. And I kind of came up with this idea. So in between the triggers, let me try and give him a quality of life. So I introduced him to reading. I introduced him to bike riding. And the internet really helped me because I could show him different things. Amazing people, which is important for him to see. That not everybody is evil, you know? And have an interest, like the dog. And then get him interested in writing, and then it was my job to monetize that so I can keep him in this world a little bit more. So he's been in show business all his life, he's made money as a dancer. Well, I've learned the choreography and used his stamina, do you know what I mean? And this hunger for adulation, and I could feel it, he loved it, audiences clapping and all this, but he'd get very nervous when he got off stage, because then he has to deal with the individuals. On stage, he's safe, you know what I mean? So in between, he's had a really good time. I think he said to me the other day when he woke up in this house, he says he feels like a squatter. Because he says, I got the house for him. You know, I built the gym so he can let off steam. But I'm the one that has to do the workout. Yeah? And the dog room downstairs. You know, and people love him as an artist. Because I've always been his future self. It's just, I've been constantly trying to get him here, you know.
Has nobody not told you, Brian, that you've got this kind of gleeful preoccupation with the future? I wouldn't even mind, but you don't even have a fucking future. I don't have a future. Nobody has a future. The party's over. Take a look around you, man. It's all breaking up. All right, I'm not saying that life will end, or the world will end, or the universe will cease to exist, but man will cease to exist. Just like the dinosaurs passed into extinction, the same thing will happen to us. We're not fucking important. We're just a crap idea.
I'm not going to cease to exist. I'm going to be here in the future.
What is this fucking fixation with the future? Listen, pal, I've got chronic systolic palpitations and acute fucking neuralgia. What about these toilets? Can I smoke in here?
Yeah, we're here for the 4 o'clock. Yeah, we're here for the 4 o'clock.
Warning. 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 Warning.
Diet is a very big thing with him as well, because then he's more mentally stable. He lives predominantly on eggs for choline, because it's good for the brain, and liver for the B vitamins for his emotions. So I have to give him a special diet to make it easier to control him. You know what I mean? And he feels better in himself and doesn't feel weak, because when he feels weak, that's when he's dangerous. So, but then he's also like making a deal, you know? So it's like, but you have to be fit, because when something happens, you've got to be able to, your frame has got to be able to deal with the amount of rage and energy I'm going to send to you to keep us alive. Do you know what I mean? So it's not about assassinating people anymore, but it's more about self-defense now. But like, it's getting tough. Because at the level that he wants to be armed physically, if he doesn't have a weapon or a bucky on him, then he wants to be a weapon. So he told me he wants this, like these here, these are for grip. You know, like if I'm gonna pull up, why? Because when he grabs you, it's be very difficult to open his fist. Do you understand me? And it's like, you know, lots of different bits and pieces. And he likes weird equipment, like this pulling thing. Yeah, it's good for upper cardio. Then I use this here to send nutrients to his brain. You can do exercises on it, but I'm basically have it so he can be upside down. You know what I mean? So there's that. And I've got like sweatsuits here for him so he can get rid of toxins. So it's like a physical sauna. Sparring gear so he can use an actual person to work out what he's been doing. Weights don't really work for him because it makes the body one-dimensional. You know, straight line work and pumped muscles that need a lot of oxygen. In a fight, that's no good. You know, because he's small, he's probably going to go quite a while until he breaks you down. Like stuff like this. To isolate his legs. And also keeps his joints working. So like, preservation is key. Then of course, there's the most important thing was the conditioning of these. Because you're not going to walk around on the street with gloves. You know what I mean? So, we condition the hands. You know what I mean? Yeah, fun.
goodbye, every dear. Say 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 goodbye, every dear.
elektronische dingen. Maar ook,
za szyję, będę kochać póki żyję. A ja chłopca chaps za szyję, będę kochać póki żyję. A ja chłopca chaps za szyję, będę kochać póki żyję. A ja chłopca chaps za szyję, będę kochać póki żyję. A ja chłopca chaps za szyję, będę kochać póki żyję. A ja chłopca chaps za szyję, będę kochać póki żyję. A ja chłopca chaps za szyję, będę kochać póki żyję. A ja chłopca chaps za szyję, będę kochać póki żyję. A ja chłopca chaps za szyję, będę kochać póki żyję. A ja chłopca chaps za szyję, będę kochać póki żyję. A ja chłopca chaps za szyję, będę kochać póki żyję. A ja chłopca chaps za szyję, będę kochać póki żyję. A ja chłopca chaps za szyję, będę kochać póki żyję. A ja chłopca chaps za szyję, będę kochać póki żyję. A ja chłopca chaps za szyję, będę kochać póki żyję. A ja chłopca chaps za szyję, będę kochać póki żyję. A ja chłopca chaps za szyję,
through his eyes, you know. We still love you. I'ma send him a tape, you know. Auntie Joyce, Aunt Tommy, I love y'all. To do this for. I miss you, girl. To everybody in my family, keep on staying strong. Through his eyes, you know. We still love you. I'ma send him a tape, you know. Auntie Joyce, Aunt Tommy, I love y'all. To do this for. I miss you, girl. To everybody in my family, keep on staying strong. Through his eyes, you know. We still love you. We still love you.
Certified, no one told me nothing, fam. Wickedest, always got some different plans. Different weed, from a different land. Always been a bad read, ain't trying to be no better man. Disliked by authorities plus many men, many gal. Destined for the greatness, some destined for the rubbish pan. Up front with the latest. Never gal. Bought you like some old school football hooligan. Black boots, black Mac, real dons, no movie man. Joe Dons, hold on, what's that attitude? Lose it, fam. Show some gratitude, you've got a couple music fans. Fucking leprechaun, still a nickel man. You'll get plenty corn. This isn't Instagram, it's not the timeline. This is real life, no on a fine line. Just keep it stepping, fam. Money where your mouth is, who's talking now? Catch you where the crowd is and cool you out. Cool you off, you needed cooling down. Always been my own boss, enough odors I just smoked out. Had peace but no focus, hopeless, got thrown out of the dynasty. It's not where I'm trying to be, had to show them finally. East, west, north, south, pussy where your goons from. Furthermore, don't say a word, they won't save you. Like Buffon, that's lights out, lights off, me they out, you gone. Fucking parasite, it's me you're living off. Two stick of dynamite, will more than flick you off. What's he talking about? Somebody switch him off.
sorry. I was saying that I wanted to send the video that you made to Martha, and I think she's gonna really appreciate it. I just got excited about it suddenly last night, and I told her about it. So she's into seeing it. She wants to see it. But at the same time, I feel weird about sending it. Is it weird that I'm feeling weird about it, or is it just me being weird? You know? I'm really confused. I slept a little bit, broken up, but yeah, better too. I don't know what happened, but I was saying, oh, I sent you an email.
Yo, look, show me the P's and Q's. I'm not here for the gums and shoes. I'll put man in a figure 4 leg lock when it comes down to the P's and Q's. O's and halves, scores and Q's. Man should know that I do this art not for the girl, them for the P's and Q's. Look, show me the Q's and P's. I'm not here for the rice and peas. I'll put man in a 4-year coma when it comes down to the O's and Z's, G's and E's, P's and Z's. Man should know that I do this art not for the girl, them for the grime kid star. Look, I'm up front like Drogba, bare death threats I got this week, but can't do much on a private number. These when I soft like J-Lo's bumper, leave 2 holes in your Umbro jumper. Carry on talking my name, younger, you'll get spark with the flame, thunder. Look, yeah, what are you under? I left rifle 6 feet under. Yeah, 6 feet under. Man tried jumping the ring with the lyrical warlord. I was like, what are you under? Yeah, what are you under? Must have been smoking crack with Jumba. Okay, I make the 3-8 bang. This year man can't fuck with the M. What you can't do, I actually can. I'm actually big, I'm actually bad, I'm actually fucked, I'm actually mad. Man, they're like, you're not better than them, man. Funny thing is, I actually am. Look, I make the 3-8 sing. This year man can't fuck with the M. What you're doing now, I actually did. I'm actually nuts, I'm actually sick. You're actually swag, you're actually shit. Keep on thinking I drawed your wifey. Funny thing is, I actually did. Look, I bring the heat like May. Last year man got left in the dark, cause man didn't really have nothing to say. You know me, I got bars all day. I'm hungry like I was starving away. Them and I pissed off, Andrew dead, Marvin Gaye. Look, spit cocaine all over the track, put it in a bag and then get paid. These men are playing, Simon says I'm laughing at them like Peter Kay. What with me's not easy, trust me, you'll get sent to an early grave. Go and ask Lee Brasco and Dave. Okay, don't know, I'm on a hype thing. When I go dance all length, man I riding sword and shield like my man a Viking. If it kicks off, I'm an outnumbered. Trust me, my man a fighting, sleeping bag and a 10-man 10. I sent them man hiking.
from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, I smile, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. When she walks, she's like a samba. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and always so gentle. Yes, I could give my heart gladly. But I watch her so gladly. Can I tell her I love her? When she walks, she's like a samba. When she walks, she's like a samba. The swing's so cool and always so gentle. And when she passes, I smile, but she doesn't see. No, she just doesn't. I watch her so sadly. She just doesn't see. How can I tell her I love her? No, she just doesn't. How can I tell her I love her?
Damn, I wanna hear some relaxing.
Walk in silence. Walk away in silence. See the danger. Feel like you. Endless talking.
un étranger devait entrer dans cette pièce, que ferait-il? Qu'entendrait-il? Et est-ce qu'il sentirait quelque chose en étant ici? Est-ce que je me
That should be. Oh, no. No? You're cool?
On a pretty day, when they want to take the kids to the park, they dress them all in these little t-shirts that are too big for them, and they all hold on to this little rope. And when there's too much dealing, and they can't get down the street, and too many people shooting up, snorting, doing drugs, one of the teachers goes ahead of the children.
Kids coming through.
And they chant. And the drug dealers try to hide what they're doing so the children don't have to see it.
Give me another run.
Écoute. Hein? Check. 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 Écoute.
We love cities, but we hate monuments. We love the city as a walk, but we hate the city as a triumphal march. A monumental pillar glorifies the city, but it belittles the people who inhabit the city. A gateway announces that the city is walled in, so that either you're allowed to enter the city or you have to enter the city by force. An observation tower takes you up above the city, away from the everyday use of the city. From there you can only look, you can't touch, you can't reach. You're in the position of desire or frustration. At the same time, we recognize the need for markers and announcements and entrances and exits. So we tried to start from the ground up. We would let the ground move up and down and across. Instead of inserting an archway at the edge of the city, we tried to let the city loosen, break, come apart at the seams, making an entrance as it parted. Like a wave of the ocean, like the sand in waves. The program is that the station has views to the beach. Use the wave then to make a view. The force of a wave. The wave forces a view. The facade itself should be a wave, like a wave in the ocean, like a wave of sand. As the facade waves up and down, it waves in and out. As the facade waves in and out, it waves up and down. A ramp to the station. The facade waves up and down. It waves out. It breaks to make an entrance. The facade waves out, bulges out to enclose the stairway. The facade on one level waves in between the waves of the other level. The facade bulges out. The bulge twists. The facade bulges in. The facade breathes in on one level. It waves onto the other level, where it breathes out. As the facade bulges out, it reaches a breaking point. It opens to make a view. As the facade bulges in, it reaches a breaking point. It opens to make a view. The bulging facade stops short of its breaking point. It bulges just far enough in to make a seat. It bulges just far enough out to make a seat. Public space is an old habit. I should be thinking only of a condition, but instead I imagine an architectural type, and I think of a piazza or a town square or city commons. The public gathers in two kinds of spaces. The first is a space that is public, a place where the public gathers because it has a right to the place. The second is a space that's made public, a place where the public gathers precisely because it doesn't have the right. Place made public by force. In the space that is public, the public whose space this is has agreed to be a public. They're public when they act in the name of the city. They own the city only in quotes. The establishment of certain space in the city as public is a reminder, a warning, that the rest of the city isn't public. New York doesn't belong to us, and neither does Paris, and neither does Des Moines. Setting up a public space means setting aside a public space. Public space is a place in the middle of the city, but isolated from the city. Public space is the piazza, an open space separated from the closure of alleys and dead ends, a space in the light, away from the plots and conspiracies in dark, smoky rooms. Just as the facades on both sides of the courthouse each have an arch, the floor of each plaza has an arch of its own. The building arch is stepped back. The arch on the ground then is divided into strands. The strands loop up from the pavement and twist and turn. They weave together to make a braid. The braid ties up the plaza like a chain. It's a barrier. It stops vehicles from reaching the courthouse. But the barrier is like an open hand, spread open fingers. You can see between the strands. The barrier is camouflaged. It passes as an amphitheater. The plaza becomes a performance space. The braid gathers people into a community. The braid meanders around the ground. It detours and swerves around elements in the plaza, or it gravitates towards them and intertwines with them. The braid unbraids. The strands pull apart. They're stretched up to let you through. Milling in the crowd, lost in the crowd, are the others, the outsiders, the people who have broken the contract, the people who don't have a home here. Public space doesn't belong to them. They can be tourists, transients, scouts, but they can never be inhabitants. For them, public space has to be taken. Public space is not a contract, but a strategy. Public space is a discovery. The site is found and explored. The flag is planted. The property is requisitioned. The public space is remade in their own image. The barriada lives parasitically. It clings onto land that doesn't belong to it. Its building materials are leftovers from the father city. Its means of nourishment is to tie into services, electricity, heat, water, that are directed elsewhere. Sao Paulo is intersected by elevated highways. They cut through neighborhoods. They've destroyed neighborhoods. This modular system clings to an elevated highway. Raised off the street, it makes a community center for people forced to live on the street. The module is a volume skewed in plan and in section. It moves up and down and across. Each module is a sequence of stepped platforms. As you inhabit the container, you step up and down the container. You step up and down from one container to the other. The modules underneath the highway are roofed by the underside of the highway. They're indoor places that function as lounges and service areas. In different locations, one module might be substituted for another, according to particular needs. The modules climb up next to the highway. Trees rise between walls, up over walls. The walls make pockets of parks. The walls screen the parks from traffic on the highway. The modules are sheathed with cheap translucent corrugated fiberglass. They're lit from inside. As a byproduct, they illuminate the highway and the streets and sidewalks under it. The intention of the barriada is to keep people alive, day-to-day living. As a byproduct, this life is seen by others. The chinks in the armor, the loopholes of the ramshackle construction serve as invitations to the voyeur, the spy, the guard. A space that's usable by people becomes, in the end, used and used up. The ultimate public space is a ravaged space. The space has been used so much by people that the space is used up. It disintegrates under their feet. The public space is purified now. It's made up of so many bodies that the air is squeezed out of it. The people give each other mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The space of public space can itself be made public. Not to function for a public, but to be public in itself, to be open. common, out of itself. A space is made public when it gives up being made and lets itself go. A space begins to go public when it goes out of itself, separates from itself. The space drifts off into space, into its connotations of outer space. The space goes public when it continues to go until it disappears into the public. The space dissolves into neurons and waves and particles. The space becomes a network of parallel spaces, physical space, projective space, topological space, that mix into one intertwined space, transmitted through telephone, television, computer. The goal of public space is to dissolve into the nerves of the public. The goal of public space is for space and public to be one and the same. Walk to the subway now. You walk in under a shell. It began at the ground and rose up like a wave toward the entrance. The screens are like Venetian blinds. The surrounding ramps and their retaining walls, the cars, the buses, the buildings, they're all turned into flickers of images, as if in a movie, a kaleidoscope, a flipbook. The screens are mirrored. You see yourself, you see the walkway, rising up from mirrored slat to mirrored slat. The surrounding buildings fall down to the ground. You're caught between two shells. You can rest here, covered over inside a pocket park. In the meantime, another screen has been rising over you all the while. As you look up, the buildings have turned blue. The ground at your feet has turned blue. Light bounces up from slat to slat. You sit on light. The mirrors illuminate the walkway. A swath of something, it could almost be a liquid, swoops out from under the overhang above the entrance. It's as if a liquid has been flung out from under and frozen in the air. It's subjected to gravity and descends toward the ground as it flows. The roof should not be an object within the site, but an instrument that transfers the sight and transmits the sight. It's as if the surroundings are formed and transformed into a roof. The roof is mirrored above and below. So that the roof can stand up, it's pulled down to the ground to make columns. As the roof is pulled down, it's also pulled up into a funnel. Sunlight comes in and shoots down, like the spotlights on stage inside the Performing Arts Center. Under the glass overhang, another funnel is pulled down. It shoots artificial light toward the entrance into the building. Outside the column, the ground rises up to the roof. Inside the column, the wall that circles around you reflects the sky. You're sitting inside a room of sky. The smaller column might be used as a meeting room. The larger column might be used as a performance area outside the official theater inside. At night, from the ring around the funnel, light bounces over the circular walls and down into the plaza. Light shoots up the column. It used to be you could walk down the streets of a city and always know what time it was. There was a clock in every store. All you had to do was look through the store window as you passed by. But then times changed, and time went away. Well, it didn't go away exactly, but it certainly did go out. Time went out like a virus and spread through all those bodies walking the streets. Time aimed straight, not for the heart, but for the arm. It fit around the wrist in the form of a watch. The quartz watch that was no trouble to make and no worry to wear. The cheap wristwatch you could buy for $2 or $3 off the shelf and on the street. The wristwatch was no longer an expensive graduation present, no longer a reward for a lifetime of service to the corporation. Time came cheap now. You picked up a watch like a pack of matches as you walked down Canal Street. There was no need anymore for time to be installed on the street, in a bank or a liquor store. No need for time to be set in place, to be in the place where you happened to be, when all the while, you were on your own time. You wore time in your sleeve. You had time, almost, in the palm of your hand. Public time was dead. There wasn't time anymore for public space. Public space was the next to go. An accidental plaza made by bombings during World War II. The surrounding buildings here weren't meant to shape a plaza. They just happened to be there on the edge. A circle and a square. The circles are expanded into spheres. They rise like bubbles through the surrounding buildings. The plaza swells up out of itself. You spiral from one sphere, one globe, one world into another. Park spheres. Parking sphere. Subway spheres. You enter through the subway sign and take an escalator through trees down to the subway station below. Market sphere. The translucent shades are pulled up to let in air. Theater sphere. The shell is two-way mirror. On performance nights, the spotlit stage can be seen from outside. Aviary sphere. You walk under birds, beside birds, above birds. Skate sphere. From beneath the translucent ramps, you see the shadows of skateboarders above. Swim sphere. The pool extends down into the subway station below. You walk under an aquarium of human beings. Where two spheres interlock, service spheres. The new plaza is a city within the city. The collision of circle with square, of sphere with sphere, of spheres with surrounding buildings is the collision of town and country, street and park, architecture and landscape, overground and underground. The house is made up of talk. The home survives on a mixture of voices, each of which can be heard and responded to by other people in the home, who, once they hear, know that they are not alone in the house. The people in the house drive themselves into a corner that they can then call home. Family talk can't be allowed out of the house. If a voice is thrown outside the walls, the family becomes confused. It no longer knows where it is. The home opens out into the street and becomes confused with the street. Considered from the outside, then, the house that remains a home keeps silent. If an outsider hears a voice from inside the house, the home is made all too familiar, all too human. The outsider feels at home and has a way in. The barriers of the home are broken. Considered from the outside, the house that remains a home should only be seen and not heard, should only be seen and therefore desired. Whereas the house talks within, it writes without. The house puts a sign up outside to show off its public image. The house's writing presents itself as a page, a wall, a flat plane that acts as armor. Talk, on the other hand, would have had no boundaries. Once the house talks, it's opened inside out. Public space in an electronic age is space on the run. Public space is not space in the city, but the city itself. Not nodes, but circulation routes. Not buildings and plazas, but roads and bridges. Public space is leaving home and giving up all the comforts of the cluster places that substitute for the home. Space on the run is life on the loose. There's no time to talk. There's no time to stop and have a relationship, which would be a denial of all those other bodies you're side by side with on the street. One different body after another, one body replacing another. The electronic age and the age of AIDS become intermixed in an age of virus, whether that virus is information or disease. Each person becomes too infected, either with information or with disease, to be with another. You come to visit, not to stay. The old museum is cut back to its bare bones. In between the remains, the new museum expands and contracts. Between columns, the glass facade is pulled out. Above, the glass roof juts up and steps down, like a city skyline. Where a glass box pushes in, a strip of grass and plantings comes with it. You're outside the walls of the museum, but at the same time, you're within the space of the museum. Where a glass box pulls out, you're inside the walls of the museum, but at the same time, you're within the space of the park. From the facade extrusions, walls slide in on track to change the exhibition space. to make different sized exhibition spaces. From the roof protrusions, ceilings lower and rise, to make spaces of different heights, to direct light into the space. At night, the glass extrusions are lit from inside. The roof extrusions are a sign that can be read from afar, from the middle of the park or along the highway. The space that is made public began as its own opposite. This was a space that was never meant to be public at all. A royal space, or a presidential space, or a corporate space. This private and privileged space had inherent in it, from its beginning, the seeds of public space. The fact of its existence provoked desire. Its privacy functioned as a taunt to the public that felt left out. Once that space has been taken over by force and made public, it has inherent in it, in turn, the seeds of private place. Private space becomes public when the public wants it. Public space becomes private when the public that has it won't give it up. If a building nowadays is going to be exploded anyway, then a new building might as well come pre-exploded, already exploded. Take the site of the original World Trade Center. Take the whole site, including the space around the original buildings. Extrude the whole site 110 stories, the height of the original buildings. There's more of a mass now, more of a volume, than the original World Trade Center ever was. Now, shoot cones through it. The unnecessary office footage, the extra volume, is blown away. A building full of holes. Urban camouflage. A terrorist flying by above looks down and says, "We don't have to bother with that one. It's already been dealt with." Now that the building is riddled with holes, the rest of the city can come in. Parks come in. Plazas and streets come in. Street vendors, food stands, markets. Instead of a public plaza, a public garden in front of a private building, plazas and gardens here are shot through the building. Public and private are intermixed. You see through the building. Light streams through the building like spotlights. It rains and snows through the building.
I was just kind of hooked. Nothing else in graffiti ever really was able to compare to that. Just the nature of the environment, the kind of connection that you feel to the city's past when you're down there, it's really unmatched. When I'm down there, I see an old park, it could be a 20-year-old park, it could be a 45-year-old park at this point. I feel like a real connection to that bygone era. Try to feel like, what would that writer going through when they were down there? What was their experience like in that environment painting?
If we begin with the structuring of a place, then we're working from the top down. So we start instead from the bottom up. Not the beach, but grains of sand. Instead of structuring a place, instead of a system of building, we start by structuring a material, a fabric. Instead of structure that supports a surface, instead of a surface laid over a structure, we develop a principle of economy. A surface that functions as structure, and at the same time and in the same place, a structure that functions as surface. Bits of surface like grains of sand, like fish scales. Connectors between bits. The connectors are flexible, the bits are rigid. The bits are hard, the connectors soft. Now the surface twists and turns. It's flexible. Now the surface is tied and bound. It's load-bearing. From curve to flat, and then from flat to curved, etc. Surface laid over surface to make depth. Surface bending and folding to make structure. A surface you pull out, a surface that bulges to make furniture. Make a world in itself. So as the coffee and tea set should contain everything you need for coffee and tea, it should be a self-enclosure. Break the world up into parts. Since the set should have 4 servers for coffee, tea, milk, sugar, divide the sphere into 4 equal parts. Now make a hole in the world. Strip the world down. Strip the sphere of all you don't need for coffee and tea. Reduce the sphere to a loop of 4 volumes. Now walk the world. Stretch a pair of volumes opposite each other for coffee and tea. Shrink the other pair opposite for milk and sugar. The leftover spaces in between hold cups and saucers. The loop makes its own tray. You grab it by the narrow necks. You set the tray down on a table and it rolls to rest on a flat spot along the edge. You take out a cup and saucer. Now the service of coffee and tea can begin. Roll the spheroid to a flat spot opposite the server you want. Insert your cup into the hole and press up to pour coffee or tea. Rotate 1 turn and press up for milk. Rotate 1 turn more and press up for sugar. Furniture is midway between clothing and architecture. The way the skin covers the bones, clothing contains the body. A chair then contains the body contained by clothing. A room then contains the body contained by clothing contained by chair. Furniture is 1 move out of privacy, 1 small step toward going public. You can, after all, hold something in your hands, but as long as you do, your hands are tied. Your hands aren't free to touch and grab hold of anything else. So you put the thing away in a box in the drawer. Once you walk away from the chest of drawers, your possession is out of your hands, out of sight and up for grabs. The closed door, the pulled-in drawer, provokes other people's desire. Once you sit in a chair, you have to get up sooner or later, or else you'll sink further and further in. You'll lie down and die. The chair has been shaped to fit the body. When you get up out of the chair retains human shape. The chair stands on its own 4 legs. The chair keeps its back up. Now that man has made his match, it has a life of its own. Moebius strip. A 1-sided surface formed by holding 1 end of a rectangle fixed, rotating the opposite end for 180 degrees, and then applying it to the first end. A seed outside the circle becomes the back of a seed inside the circle, which becomes the back of a seed outside, which becomes a seed inside, which becomes the bottom of a seed outside, which becomes the bottom of a seed inside. Surface and structure are the same. It glows from within. Furniture and playground equipment and light are the same. The Moebius, as it rotates, is a shapeshifter. From the prototype, it's made in different sizes and of different materials. It might be outside or inside, public in the form of a bench or private in the form of a sofa. Klein bottle. A surface closed in such a way that it's possible to pass from a point on one side to the corresponding point on the opposite side without passing through the surface. It's formed by passing the narrow end of a tapered tube through the side of the tube and flaring this end out to join the other end. You're a child again. When you enter an opening, you're inside 1 neck of the bottle. You're face to face with a child climbing outside. You climb, you slide through the neck of the bottle as it passes from inside to outside and then enters inside again. You emerge inside the bottle now, but outside the necks of the bottle. You squeeze between tubes and sphere. From the inside now, you crawl into one neck of the bottle again. You slide through the tube as it shoots out of the sphere, and then circles back and comes in again, and passes through the sphere again. And now you're outside in the open air. A skylight functions as the release point of a room, the pressure point. Something, sunlight, comes in through the skylight. But something else can also go out. The skylight is the room's escape hatch. The skylight is the room's weak point, the fragile, translucent skin of a room. Within the shelter of a roof, a skylight is the denial of a roof, and the reminder of a nostalgia for non-shelter. A skylight is the room's subversive element, something in the air that tempts an explosion. It tempts fate and dares an explosion to happen. It hopes for an explosion. A room that comes out of itself, a room that repeats itself, a room so full of itself that it implodes, a room that turns in on itself, a room that bursts out of itself, a room turned inside out. When a room slips and loses its ground, then the ground takes over. The ground can grow over the room. This doesn't mean necessarily that the room is destroyed. It can mean instead that the room has been freed and open to different functions, alternative purposes. Something else can begin now, from the ground up. What do people want? What are you doing here anyway? Now that people are here, they might as well have the run of the place. Turn the place upside down. They'll find their way around. They'll find places to be and things to do. Once a room falls, then people can rise. Once another room rises within itself, then people can rise up with that room. The end of the ticketing pavilion on the ground floor of the airport. It's as if, now that there's nowhere else to go, the floors take off in flight. The ground floor swoops up onto the mezzanine, while the mezzanine sweeps out and down onto the ground floor. The floors come loose. The terrazzo floor peels up and arcs back to make a tunnel. As the arc touches down on the floor, it curls in to make a seat. Carpet from the mezzanine slips under the railing and falls down onto the ground floor below. It curls out to make a seat outside, facing the ticket counters. It curls in to make a seat under itself. The flying floors release plantings from under the ground as if a jungle was there all the time, waiting to spring out. As the terrazzo floor peels, it pulls plantings up with it. A peel of terrazzo floor stretches up to the mezzanine, where it comes around the column to make seats. The mezzanine carpet arcs back on itself. It makes a seat under itself. The mix of floors makes an indoor park at the end of the departures terminal. It functions as a sign. The release of the ground floor, the rise of the ground floor, leads travelers upstairs to the departure gates. It functions as a respite, a place to gather your thoughts and your belongings before going on to your trip. Time is fast and space is slow. Space is an attempt to place time and understand time. Space is a need to have something to see and solid ground to stand on. Space is a desire to follow the course of events and to believe in cause and effect. The electronic age obliterates space and overlaps places. You travel by airplane, you're in one place, then it's all white outside the window. And then, zap, you're in another place, with nothing in between. You're switching channels on a TV set, rewinding and fast-forwarding a videotape, instead of watching a movie from beginning to end. The electronic age establishes the primacy of time, the video game versus the pinball machine, the digital watch versus a clock whose hands travel around a field in which each individual second has a place. In a fast time, public space, in the form of an actual place with boundaries, is a slowing down process. An attempt to stop time and go back in history and revert to an earlier age. The plaza, bounded by buildings and owned by a corporation, is a nostalgia for 19th century nationalism. The model for a new public space is pop music. Music is time and not space. Music has no place, so it doesn't have to keep its place. It fills the air and doesn't take up space. Its mode of existence is to be in the middle of things. You can do other things while you're in the middle of it. You're not in front of it, and you don't go around it or through it. The music goes through you and stays inside you. Think of a gallery not as a place for the exhibition of art, but as a condition for the exhibition of art. Think of a gallery as a void, inside of which is the possibility, equipment, apparatus for showing art. Make the void then out of the front wall. The facade sucks itself in. It melts into a bulge, a blob, an ellipsoid that spills into the rectangle and fills the rectangle. It becomes a funnel that lets the city in. As you walk down the street, you follow the sidewalk inside, through the funnel, into the gallery. You enter a space without corners. You're in a curve that sweeps and swoops around you. You're in the inside of a translucent shell. It's lit from behind. The exhibition space is a void of light. There are no walls, no ceiling, no floor yet. The columns are the kernel of particular exhibitions. The columns store the gallery's architecture. Panels are folded out only where needed, to hang something from, or to stand something on, or to make a walkway between things. This gallery is built and unbuilt and rebuilt from show to show. The leftover corner is the gallery's office and storage. The blob parts at the rear. The public spills into the gallery dealer's office. The gallery dealer slips out to play the crowd. The building is closed in on by overgrown shrubbery and weeds. An old building reclothed. It's given a second skin. A screen of stainless steel mesh encloses the balcony. The diagonal framework reorients the building. A glass facade breaks through the screen. It bulges out from the second floor, projecting images of people inside. It bulges into the store. It's as if it pulls back to accept you. A clothing store as soft as skin. The interior resembles fabric, like the clothes in the store. Its PVC sheeting, rear projection screen. It arches down to make walls. It's pulled out and pushed in to make shelves. It's pulled out and around to make a counter. A store on the surface, a store that's all surface. The skin glows from within. The surface lights the store. The small store bulges out of itself. Walls are removed and curving glass alcoves push out into the weeds and overgrown shrubbery around the store. Hanging clothes are inserted into the miniature jungle outside. Racks move in from outside. The end of each hanging rod makes a listening station for the CDs sold in the store. Two people standing in front of each mirror look at themselves through each other's gaze. As you stand back and look into the middle, your image is non-reversed. It's as if you're facing another person. Fashion without models. If you like how you look and the clothes you might buy, you can have yourself photographed. It's you who appears on the store facade facing the street. You're wearing the clothes you want. You're looking good. You testified for United Bamboo. The space of a building is limited, but the number of people who might want to enter that space is potentially limitless. The building is always subject to explosion. Once the building puts its guard down, or once the people put the guard down by force, the building can burst with people. The wall and the floor are surfaces to look at and be on, but they're also spaces to be inside of. They're supports, but also containers. There's space under the floor, between stories. There's space inside the wall, between rooms. If people use these spaces in between, then people function as the bloodstream of a building. Once people are considered as a stream, once people are crowded together, They're too close to each other to see one another clearly. There's no distance from which one person can see another person's whole body. The bodies are blurred together. The non-seeing person has to resort to other senses. Once bodies can't be seen, they can't be separated. Not until a person is retaught and learns to use other senses as a distinguishing instrument. Once bodies can't be separated, they can't be judged. Once bodies can't be judged, there's no basis for choice, no reason not to be promiscuous. A store of rings. You're surrounded by products. You're roped in by products as you walk through the store. Every other ring is made of perforated metal shelves. The shelves have holes, so you almost don't see the shelves. You see only the products on the shelves. There's light behind the metal, lighting the products from behind. They're cheap products, products meant to be touched. You can grab the products, you pick the products up and turn them upside down. You handle them as you like. Every second ring is covered with glass. The products inside aren't meant to be touched. The products inside are too expensive to touch. A store of rotating rings. Every other ring rotates. Each successive rotating ring rotates in an opposite direction. One ring rotates clockwise, the next counterclockwise, the next one clockwise, down the line. A product's on the move. Now you see a product you want, behind glass, at your side. Now it rises over your head, out of reach. Now it comes back again, on the other side. And now it disappears for a while, under your feet. The larger rings make rooms to the side, rooms for larger products, furniture, rooms for watching video. The boundary of the room is a rotating ring. You're looking at one product inside the room, while another product rotates around you, catching your eye. The counter is a rotating ring. As you're buying products, more products skim past you. Two rings continue out the window. The store doesn't need a sign on the street. The store itself goes out onto the street. A gallery for the time being. A gallery is part of the gallery dealer's home. A steel wall passes from outside to inside. One section hinges to make the door. Two sections stretch out and warp into a reception desk and chair. The walls aren't changed, but only camouflaged, screened. The walls are covered with expanded metal, a universal hanging system. From the holes, an artwork can be hung anywhere, on every inch of the wall. Art can hang down from the ceiling. Each wall is built in sections. The sections pivot to make sculpture pedestals, stands for video monitors, seats for people in the middle of art. The gallery is a continuous ribbon that encloses the gallery within itself. Wall twists to make ceiling, which in turn twists to make wall. Fluorescent light tubes line the top of the walls. As a wall twists into a ceiling, light travels across the room. A plasterboard wall separates the gallery from the children's playroom. The top half stretches and twists into a projection screen inside the gallery. The wall turns off into the stairwell. Upstairs, it twists into a ceiling that twists into the walls of a smaller gallery. A steel wall separates gallery from office. It splits and warps into a desk and seats and shelves. Instead of spaces that people have to stop at and slip into, public art furnishes spaces that house people as they keep moving. It might be in the form of vehicles, or it might be clothing that takes as its model the t-shirt that invites you to read text at the same time as it dares you to stare at the press behind it. The end is public, but the means of public art might be private. The end is people, but the means might be individual persons. The end is space, but the means might be fragments and bits.
feared. It's an environment for cortisol addiction. Certain emotions are required to release this addictive substance that allows the human being to be super sharp and sometimes perform at their best and think at their best and react at their best. And where this cortisol was produced for me was being in the receipt of extreme danger, cruelty, disloyalty, and all the emotions that I developed in reaction to those deficits became my identity. So, without knowing it, I kind of slipped into a program where the survival part of me will always do what needs to be done to survive in a particular environment and means to make money. Do you know what I mean? And stuff like that. So I found different talents to make money, like dancing and using my voice and writing words. So I kind of lucked out. But still, I could be living my life, paying my rent, eating good food, enjoying my children and my dog, and my sister and her husband, and the list goes on, you know what I mean? My dad and my little brother. So life is going smooth, but right in the middle of that, when nothing is really going wrong, I'll get an impulse to risk everything because I'm probably missing the high performance character and emotional state of reacting to a situation where I can release copious amounts of cortisol and adrenaline. It's almost like somebody that's been on meth. You know, their brain has gone to a place that when they hopefully kick the habit, life is boring from that point onwards because the brain can never be stimulated in that exaggerated manner in normal life. So then what I have to do is try to experience other emotional states and also make that part of my personality. But it's an onward war because the other ones had more time to develop. But with patience and consistency, through prayer, meditation, exercise, good food, keeping the peace, this may eclipse in its emotional mathematics of you're also excellent at this and you're also exercising supernatural aspects of humanity, not being a thrill seeker. So Scared was my original dojo. Now Faith is my dojo.
In a long shot, in a panorama, land is landscape. Close up, land is either quicksand or hard rock. Either it sucks you in or it resists you and keeps you out. As you move through the park, inch by inch, each particle of grass or dirt is so soft it becomes a swamp. The earth quakes, the land splits and spirals downward, off the horizontal and into the vertical, underground. As you move down the street, inch by inch, each particle of sidewalk is so hard it becomes a reflective surface. Buildings that should have been far away at a safe distance come down and sandwich you inside. To the body without eyes, the body without language, the land close up becomes sea. Since the grass and dirt are soft, you might as well dig through. Sooner or later, water will seep through. To the body without eyes, the body without language, the land close up becomes sky. Since the concrete and asphalt are hard and you can't break through, all you can do is rub it, polish it, until it reflects the clouds. The new garden feeds off the old gardens. From the fences at the sides, a layer of fence is stretched across the leftover space in the middle. Climbing plants grow up and over the vertical fence. They spread out over the horizontal fence. As you walk into the garden, you're embedded in the garden. The garden is all around you, at chest height. A maze of walkways. As you go inside further and further, the garden comes in toward you, closer and closer. The narrowest paths like corridors into a room, dead end in seats. When you sit down, the planting is at your head, over your head. You sink down into the garden. To get past notions of landscape, go, literally, past the land, and down to the mines below the earth. The landscape is grounded on the pits and excavations below. Landscape architecture might be redefined as architecture in and under and through the land. Landscape architecture is the architecture that escapes the land, that hides and goes underground. If building on top of the land is addition, the act of adding structures to the land, then building under the land is subtraction, the act of taking land away so that structures can be fit inside the land. The land is analyzed, separated into bits. Landscape architecture is the architecture of basements. The building of a base. Slippage occurs from the base to basic instincts and baser desires. As a landmine, the land can be considered as an excavation, a hole, a cavern. Or the land itself can be picked up like a bomb, like a landmine, and exported elsewhere. A plot of land can be attached onto a building like a leech. The leech will grow, or inserted into a building and through a building like a cancer. The cancer will grow. Torus, a solid or surface shaped like a donut. Picture a column rising out of the courtyard. It's a column of ivy. It's a hollow column that bulges out at the bottom. As it rises up, the column flares out at the top and curves back down onto the sidewalk at street level. Down in the courtyard, the bulging base of the column is a dome-shaped room made out of plants, an outdoor dining room for the restaurants around the courtyard. As it rises, the ceiling narrows like the neck of a bottle. You see a circle of sky. As the column flares out at the top and curves down to the sidewalk, it makes a tunnel of climbing plants around the neck of the bottle. It's a park you step out onto, off the sidewalk. The walkway is suspended in midair. A bicycle parking lot up in the trees. A circular ramp spirals straight up like a tree trunk into the middle of trees. When it reaches the foliage, the circle stretches and warps. The ramp loops around trees, and in and out of trees, and in between trees. You park your bicycle within trees. The guardhouse is a planet in the middle of rings, in the middle of a solar system. The middle of the sphere is transparent. Looking goes both ways here. The guard can look out and you can look in. The transparent furniture can be revolved on track. A desk might be here, a table there, or they might be revolved against each other to make a long table. A microwave might be revolved away from the refrigerator and over to the desk. Shelves above the desk might be revolved over to the microwave. A TV revolves from office desk to kitchen table to visitor's chair. Landscape is an attempt to keep land in place, to keep land in one piece, lest it be fragmented and blown to bits by landmines. Definition: cavities in the earth that contain explosive charges just below ground surface, and that are designed to go off from the weight of persons passing over them. On a landscape, you're in the world of science fiction. Passing over the earth in a spaceship, you have a vantage point from which to explore the earth, map the earth. On a landmine, you're in the world of detective fiction, film noir. You don't have the luxury of looking around you and looking ahead. You have to keep looking at exactly where you are. One look to the side or to the front takes your mind off the earth at your feet. One look away and the earth takes over. The ground comes up from under you and blows you up off the ground. The private company goes public. The Novartis campus is stretched out to the street. A parking garage under a private park. The park is the suppression of the parking garage. The park is the result of the parking garage. The park separates into strips. The park above rides the parking garage below, like riding the waves. Park mixes with parking. The up and down strips of park let sunlight down into the parking garage. You walk up and down the park, into and out of the parking garage. You walk up and down the parking garage, in and out of the park. The private park stretches out to the street. Strips of park are pulled out and lifted up. Private leans on public. The sidewalk around the site peels up to make arches that support the raised strips of park. Novartis comes out to meet you. You drive, walk into the campus under the flying park. Now that the private park comes out, a public plaza comes in. In one direction, it's an amphitheater. In the other, it's face-to-face seating. Water flows down the gaps between strips. Sunlight shines down through water into the parking garage. Strips of an arch that hold up the park stretch out and wrap around to make the gatehouse. A strip pulls out of the gatehouse and passes overhead across the road, where it loops to make the visitor's waiting room. A view of the landscape can be replaced by a view into the landscape and through the landscape. The landscape, instead of being an object for the eyes, becomes an object for the body. Instead of being an object of sight, it's an object of touch. An object of the body's insertion into the landscape. In a close-up world, there's no distance that allows you to draw back and look. In a close-up world, things blur out of focus and can't be named. Instead of being the passive receiver of sight, the landscape becomes the active agent of motion. The landscape moves as it's subjected to motion, as it's moved into and moved through. The landscape rises and falls. It can be considered as a series of horizontal planes, parallel horizontal planes, going from below ground to above ground. These parallel horizontal planes are the infrastructure of behavior. They cut through the body as the body cuts through them. The body drifts through parallel planes of landscape, while parallel planes of landscape are driven through the body. We can make fountains. A fountain is a point, a sculpture. We can try to make pools, we can try to make waterfalls. A pool is a floor, a waterfall is a wall, a surrounding. Waterfalls and pools are architecture. The water stretches out on either side of you. As you walk along the pathway, the far side of the water arises. The water slopes down toward you. Keep walking. The water closes in on you. The slope is steeper. The water around you is higher. It's as if these are wings of water. The wings are spread out at your sides. The wings are folding. You're wrapped up in wings of water. On each side now, the water is vertical. You walk between walls of water. You can turn the corner. You're released now. The water backs off. The water slopes away from you. The water recedes into the distance. The water is below you at your feet. You're on solid ground again. In the meadow, where one path of water intersects another, a room is formed outside the paths. Whereas the paths of water make private spaces, the rooms of water make social space and public space. Land ho! The sailor's cry of discovery from high up on the mast, as the ship approaches its goal after a life at sea. This is the beginning of the word, landscape. In order for discovery to be possible, land has to be considered first as far away. Land has to be far off. so that it can be seen all at once as a panorama. Land recedes and becomes landscape. Landscape equals land escape. The land escapes out of your reach. The word landscape pulls the land away or pushes you back away from the land. That land now, unused and unusable by you, is free to expand out in front of you. A river that the town forgot. A highway blocks the river off from the city. A line of masts runs down the middle of the river. In the middle of town, there's a call of the sea. The masts take the town into the river, and the river into the town. Shards of mirror at the top of the masts. You look up and see the river reflected above you. Lines of light float through the sky. The river illuminates the riverbank. You cross the street under a roof of plants from the riverbank. From a mast in the middle of the river, cable supports a market on the quay. A mast supports a floating restaurant. Islands of tables and chairs float on the water. A mast supports a floating theater. The masts support walkways. It's as if you're walking on water. You sit over the water, under a roof of climbing plants. Water is pumped up through the masts onto the shore. Triangular pools, miniature rivers, alongside the Mersey. Landfall. Definition. A sighting of land when at sea. The first sight of land after a voyage. The word landfall implies that when lands come upon for the first time, it's the land that comes upon you. Landfall is like snowfall, or rainfall. The land comes down the way snow and rain come down. For the land to come down, it has to first rise up. As the ship approaches the shore bulges. The shore swells up like a whale over the ship. The land engulfs the ship and the sea. The word landscape guards against the word landfall, so that the land doesn't come up like thunder. It's kept in place and at a distance. A river that runs through the city. A node in the river. A circulation route in the middle of the river. A twist of the river. The island is a bowl that morphs into a dome, that morphs into a bowl. Water pours down the shell of the dome into the river. Light streams up from below in the bowl and down from above in the dome. The bowl functions as a theater. When the bowl isn't used as a theater, it functions as a plaza in the middle of the river. The bleachers wave in and out. They make pockets for people sitting face to face. Where the bowl morphs into a dome and vice versa, a playground is formed by the warp. The dome functions as a cafe. A canopy above the entrance twists down to make lounge seats around the edge of the dome. The rubber edge of the terrace above twists down to make a bar. Strands of rubber twist and turn to make multiple bar counters at different heights. You can put down your drink wherever your hand happens to be. Behind the bar, the wall is sucked in to make shelves. Up on the terrace, you sit closer to the waterfall over the dome. Behind the kitchen is the bathroom. It's all mirrors. It's as if you're in a play. It's a rehearsal for being drunk. Functions are mixed on this island. In the theater, the backdrop of the stage is the playground. In the cafe, the playground forms a wall and ceiling. A child climbs above you as you take another drink. The homeless body is somewhere between the exploding body and the body politic. It's the body that's neither electronically dissolved nor politically determined. It's the body that remains whole, but is on the loose and on the run. If politics restores the body and preserves it, whether as victim or victimizer, then the homeless body is the body that's given one more chance, one last chance to get away from it all. The body is a wanderer as long as it's not a believer. The body is released now from prison or thrown out of the house. The homeless body is up for grabs. The homeless body is out on the streets, where it takes what it can location of the political body is the city, where the contact with and the pressure of other bodies forces discussion, argument, and a potential revolution. The location of the homeless body is the park, the enclave within a city, where the body withdraws and takes time out and dreams or plans a new city. If the occasion for the political body is life on Earth, then the occasion for the homeless body is outer space. In use since 1951, the dump has formed into a mountain. The garbage draws birds. Because the Tel Aviv airport is nearby, there's fear that the birds will cause airplane accidents. A city formed from garbage, with garbage, and for people. The slopes are stabilized by concrete mesh. Rows of solar panels are inserted into the grid. The city emerges out of garbage and rises toward the sun. The irregular top of the dump is leveled into plains, a grazing field for cows, croplands. The city sustains itself. A public park descends an incline. You walk out on gangplanks over wetlands. Concrete mesh folds out and spirals in on itself, forming a stadium. The exterior of the stadium is a town hall or a convention center. The concrete mesh is stretched up above the slope and tilted. Houses and a school are plugged into the wall. They reach out for a view of Tel Aviv and the Mediterranean. The city is powered from the garbage it settled in. Methane gas is drawn out of the dump. It's processed and distributed back to the city. You enter the city from below. From the highway, you drive off into a tunnel. It comes up onto islands of parking within the wetlands. You leave your car and take a monorail up the top edge of the rising concrete wall around the city. The monorail station is a neighborhood park. It becomes a funicular that descends the inside wall. It's a multi-level supermarket for last-minute shopping on your way home. You enter your home from above. A city of magic carpets. A former garbage dump. Reuse of the dump. Each rug is a web of bulls that ride the tide of the dump. Methane gas feeds the city from below. The city is powered by garbage. As methane gases are released from the dump changes shape. The rugs hug the shifting contours of the mound. When a bowl tilts on the slope, the ball inside, swivels to stay horizontal. A rug of green for a self-sustaining city. Grazing fields, croplands, trees and plants. A rug of water, fish farms, swimming pools, fountains. A rug of buildings, factories, mirrored. Stores and offices, transparent. Houses, half mirrored, half transparent. As the rugs drape over the mound, they're lifted up to frame a public space below. You've walked between rugs into a plaza of waterfalls and hanging plants. From here, you access the city, up the columns. Time passes and the flying carpet falls. As gas is released and the mound settles, the bowls descend like spaceships.
Ils nous guettent, ils nous mentent, ils nous tourmentent, ils nous tuent, ils nous mentent, ils nous abattent, ils nous insultent, ils nous mentent, ils nous tourmentent, ils nous guettent, ils nous tuent, ils nous tourmentent. Dans la rue, ils nous mentent, ils nous mentent, ils nous abattent, ils nous insultent, ils nous mentent, ils nous tourmentent, ils nous tuent. Dans la rue, ils nous abattent, ils nous mentent, ils nous guettent, ils nous tourmentent, ils nous mentent, ils nous abattent. Ils nous insultent, ils nous abattent, ils nous insultent, ils nous tuent, ils nous tourmentent, ils nous mentent, dans la rue, ils nous mentent, ils nous mentent, ils nous abattent, ils nous insultent, ils nous mentent. Ils nous tourmentent, ils veulent nos têtes, ils nous tuent. Dans la rue, ils nous abattent, ils nous mentent, ils nous guettent, ils nous tourmentent, ils nous mentent, ils nous mentent, ils nous abattent, ils nous insultent, ils nous mentent, ils nous tourmentent, ils nous tuent. Dans la rue, ils nous mentent, ils nous guettent, ils nous tourmentent, ils nous mentent, ils nous abattent, ils nous insultent, ils nous mentent, ils nous tourmentent, ils veulent nos têtes, ils nous tuent. Dans la rue, ils nous guettent, ils nous mentent, ils nous tourmentent, ils nous guettent, ils nous mentent, ils nous abattent, ils nous mentent, ils nous insultent, ils nous insultent, ils nous tourmentent, ils nous mentent, ils nous tuent, ils nous tourmentent. Dans la rue, ils nous tuent, ils nous mentent. Dans la rue, ils nous abattent, ils nous mentent, ils nous guettent, ils nous tourmentent. Ils nous mentent, ils nous abattent, ils nous insultent, ils nous mentent, ils nous tourmentent, ils nous tuent. Dans la rue, ils nous abattent, ils nous mentent, ils nous abattent, ils nous insultent, ils nous mentent, ils nous tourmentent. Ils nous insultent, dans la rue, ils nous tourmentent, ils nous tuent. Dans la rue, ils nous mentent, ils nous guettent, ils nous tourmentent, ils nous mentent, ils nous abattent, ils nous insultent, ils nous mentent, ils nous guettent. Ils nous tourmentent, ils nous tuent, ils nous mentent. Dans la rue, ils nous abattent, ils nous mentent, ils nous insultent, ils nous guettent, ils nous mentent, ils nous tourmentent, ils nous mentent, ils nous tuent, ils nous abattent. Dans la rue, ils nous insultent, ils nous mentent, ils nous tourmentent, ils nous tuent. Dans la rue, ils nous abattent, ils nous mentent.
Ouais, Kevin. C'est à l'intérieur.
Sofiane, tu sais que c'était pas le blanc que Younes voulait fumer.
Tu nous fais quoi là, hein?
Sofiane, c'est maintenant ou jamais. Après, ce sera trop tard, non?
Tu vas venir. Et c'est toi qui vas piloter.
Non, non, non. Il va rien piloter du tout. C'est toi qui vas le faire. Et tu sais pourquoi? Parce que sur sa liste, t'as Younes. C'est toi le prochain. Tu le sais, ça? Pourquoi tu fais comme tu veux? Je m'en bats les couilles, mon frère. Soit tu restes là à faire ta pute toute ta vie devant nous, soit tu sors et tu nous montres que tu as des couilles, tu vas venger ton frère.
Wees zelf, man. Traditioneel. We zijn er weer. Nou, de zoveelste keer, geloof in wat jullie zeggen is al lang niet meer zo. Laatste sprookje wat ik geloofde bracht mijn mama naar school. De mic is mijn phone, als ik praat is het met stijl en met flow. Prijs op mijn hoofd als ik ze stil trek, ik denk aan die bro.
I can hardly believe it's happening. It's like a dream. I tell us to get off the bus. There was a helicopter that landed in the middle of the road. There was an accident in the middle of Camden Town somewhere. So we move along. We hop on another bus somewhere else. And I have a red mark on my cheek from this woman's hands. You can see her fingers on my cheeks. We head off to Notting Hill Carnival. That was a fun day.
Now, Lord, don't turn your child away. Just save that mother. I'm begging you, Lord, don't. Please don't drive anywhere. And I'm Lord, I'm sorry to my heart. Just save that mother. I'm begging you, Lord, don't. Please don't drive me away. Dear Lord, I stretch my hand to thee, no, Lord, no other help I know. And if thou went through that fell from me, if thou went through that fell from me, oh, Lord, oh, whether shall I go? Child away. Lord, don't turn your children away. Just save them. I'm begging you, Lord, don't drive. Please, Lord, don't drive me away. Sometimes I stand falling on. Sometimes I stand with folded on the tears. Lordy, the tears come streaming down. But this is how I get my conscience free. Where I get my conscience free, my knee. Lordy, my knee bones go back round. Now, Lord, don't turn your child away. Lord, don't turn your children away. They say, Lord, I'm begging you.
Free him, 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 free him. Full name.
I have this friend, she sends messages and unsends them, and before I have a chance to read them, suddenly it says deleted message, and it's not even as if she removes something, it's as if she places negative space in between us, because I'm aware, made acutely aware of her removal. And I just did this to you. I just sent you a voice message and then unsent it. And I don't actually know if it then appears or makes you aware that there was something sent, unsent, and shared, unshared, and this wedge of something unsaid. Drawn back by, which is entirely a meta message, because I'm not really saying anything. I'm just saying that I didn't say something, or rather that I said something but then chose not to share it. I've written you a lot of messages that I've not sent. First message, which I also then deleted, was also about the fact that I'm contemplating writing an email, but then somehow stopping myself. I'm somehow stopping myself. I'm drawn back by suddenly I don't have the acute urge anymore to explain, or not to explain, but to offer another viewpoint, or somehow I'm holding back from offering a clarification, because it would further perpetuate my engagement, which is there. Okay. Allow tonight, it's entirely there. Reflection on, I think the removal of it would be something that made me laugh. The yawn clarification. Thank you. Incredibly considerate of you.
Faut qu'on déguste, mes frères, mes sœurs, faut qu'on déguste. Tant de mains on meurt, faut qu'on déguste la haine, l'amour, la joie, l'ennui, mes frères, mes sœurs, faut qu'on déguste la vie, faut qu'on déguste. Mes frères, mes sœurs, faut qu'on déguste. Tant de mains on meurt, faut qu'on déguste la haine, l'amour, la joie, l'ennui, mes frères, mes sœurs, faut qu'on déguste. Quand je prends la parole, c'est pour mettre le paquet. Mes frères, mes sœurs, faut qu'on déguste avant de claquer. Avant que nos vies ne deviennent qu'une journée. Libérons notre haine avant d'en devenir prisonnier. Je vous ai donné l'arrière-plan, à vous de découvrir le premier. Moi et mes gars, en un bref regard, on se comprend. Je demande à personne d'être dans le délire. Vu qu'on y est tous et qu'on voit mal nos vies s'embellir. Avant de m'interrompre, écoutez jusqu'au bout. Et si toutefois ça jette un froid, on dira qu'on s'en fout alors que c'est que pour un soir. Que ça reste pas dans vos mémoires, nos problèmes. C'est dans les mêmes trucs qu'on les noie, faut qu'on déguste. Dans la merde ou dans la soie, hein. C'est maintenant ou jamais, putain. Faut qu'on déguste, avec ou sans butin. Dans la douleur ou dans la joie, l'avenir semble tellement incertain. Faut qu'on déguste, mes frères, mes sœurs, faut qu'on déguste. Tant de mains on meurt, faut qu'on déguste. La haine, l'amour, la joie, l'ennui. Mes frères, mes sœurs, faut qu'on déguste la vie, faut qu'on déguste. Mes frères, mes sœurs, faut qu'on déguste. Tant de mains on meurt, faut qu'on déguste. La haine, l'amour, la joie, l'ennui. Mes frères, mes sœurs, faut qu'on déguste la vie. Tu veux qu'on se marre? Ok Mia, vu que tant de rêves tournent au cauchemar, faut que j'envoie la kémia. Fallait m'arrêter au début, maintenant c'est trop tard. J'ai trop pris de familiarité avec la rue, je suis qu'un salopard. Sur un son qui t'embrigade, je suis qu'un salopard. Pouvant tout faire péter à la grenade, je résume. Risque d'y avoir un autre drame, peut-être le mien. Pourtant je me sens bien comme à Notre-Dame. Je cause franc jeu, quitte à navrer les mauvais et les bons. Mais où est-ce que j'ai grandi? Dans le vrai, dans le béton. Au milieu des frères et de l'amour des parents. Là où l'on argue le danger, rien n'est marrant lorsqu'on doit se venger. Nulle part on se trouve à l'abri. Le monde est dur et ses conséquences infinies. Toujours près du gouffre, on est tous atteints de mal-être indéfini. Mais on sait qu'on n'est pas mort tant qu'on souffre et qu'il reste un souffle de vie. C'est pour les braves, buvant quelques verres sur ce sang, isolant les problèmes et oubliant que tout s'aggrave. Soyons à la hauteur et remonter, rien ne sert de se lamenter. Le pire reste à surmonter. Faut qu'on déguste, mes frères, mes sœurs, faut qu'on déguste. Tant de mains on meurt, faut qu'on déguste. La haine, l'amour, la joie, l'ennui. Mes frères, mes sœurs, faut qu'on déguste la vie, faut qu'on déguste. Mes frères, mes sœurs, faut qu'on déguste. Tant de mains on meurt, faut qu'on déguste. La haine, l'amour, la joie, l'ennui. Mes frères, mes sœurs, faut qu'on déguste la vie.
everybody out there.
When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my trigger finger, all y'all niggas did that. When I raise my
Leaking out their brain.
Damn, that shit was tight, nigga.
Robert, come on, Robert. Come on, Robert, you're next.
Delirious.
hjälper.
your stories in the naked city. Choose one.
No monument will mark my resting place. I will leave only this, the story of my life. I have lived fully and deeply. I have tasted passion, crime, and even murder. It is for you to judge me. You must weigh the good against the evil, the passion against the tenderness, the crime against the charity, the pleasure against the pain.
You're a lost little girl. You're lost, tell me her. You're a lost little girl. You're lost, tell me her. You're a lost little girl. You're lost, tell me her. You're a lost little girl. You're lost, tell me her. You're a lost little girl. You're lost, tell me her. You're a lost little girl. You're lost, tell me her. You're a lost little girl. You're lost, tell me her. You're a lost little girl. You're lost, tell me, tell me, tell me.
When I was little and we used to move all the time, I would write these notes and I would fold them up really small and I would hide them in different places so that if I ever wanted to go back, there'd be a piece of me there waiting.
Did you ever go back?
No,
See, that's what I'm saying.
because I didn't need to.
What did they say?
They were just like little rhymes and poems, things I wanted to remember about living in that house or what I liked about it.
Why did you leave? Why'd you leave all those houses?
I didn't have a choice.
Probably one of the nicest cabinets, awesome. Fucking so rollerblade.
Yo creo que el cumbiatón es como...
He doesn't like skateboards, so that's even cooler. Every time we went out skating, like filming for the video, he had to worry about his knee busting or whatever. He came through with the whole section. Josh is talented, man. He'll be hurt and then he'll come back and after like a long period of time and he just come out with fucking crazy shit.
Начатый стих недочитанный затих, дух далеко улетает. Привычный звук живой, как ты часто раздавался там, где тихо развивался я давнишнею порой.
Very well, he kissed my neck very well. With a little cuff-like smile, he jumped up and proposed. We go to the bed for a little bit. Went ahead towards the bedroom, feeling my pants unbuttoning as I walked, closing the window and sitting down as he peeled off his pants. Proper conversation. But do you need more type of situation? Tried on a dress in a nearby store and managed to use the same, but went to get home. Very well, he kissed my neck very well. With a little cuff-like smile, he jumped up and proposed. We go to the bed for a little bit. Went ahead towards the bedroom, feeling my pants unbuttoning as I walked, closing the window and sitting down as he peeled off his pants. Proper conversation. But do you need more type of situation? Tried on a dress in a nearby store and managed to use the same, but went to get home. Very well, he kissed my neck very well. With a little cuff-like smile, he jumped up and proposed. We go to the bed for a little bit. Went ahead towards the bedroom, feeling my pants unbuttoning as I walked, closing the window and sitting down as he peeled off his pants. Proper conversation. But do you need more type of situation? Tried on a dress in a nearby store and managed to use the same, but went to get home. Very well, he kissed my neck very well.
Hey! Huh? Turn this shit up, man. Yeah, that's more like it.
And those enslavement of people.
Loneliness has followed me my whole life, everywhere. Bars and cars, sidewalks, stores, everywhere. There's no escape. God's only way. June 8th. My life has taken another turn again. The days move on over and over. One day indistinguishable from the next. A long, continuous chain. And suddenly, there is change.
York's undercover, streets, creep. 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 York's undercover, streets, creep.
Ben.
York's undercover, streets, creep. 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 York's undercover, streets, creep.
I failed.
York's undercover, streets, creep.
Us.
York's undercover, streets, creep. 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 York's undercover, streets, creep.
beat. If man a man hungry, man a man eat. If man a man horny, man a man beat. If man a man hungry, man a man eat. If man a man horny, man a man beat. If man a man hungry, man a man eat. If man a man horny, man a man beat. If man a man hungry, man a man eat. If man a man horny, man a man beat. If man a man hungry, man a man eat. If man a man horny, man a man beat.
But God bless the child that's got his own.
Last one for myself, shoot 343. Last one for myself, shoot 343. Last one for myself, shoot 343. Last one for myself, shoot 343.
Since 32, handling coughing snakes up on my head of 91 till now the boy been feeling kind of wrong. Since 32, handling coughing snakes up on my head of 91 till now the boy been feeling kind of wrong. Since 32, handling coughing snakes up on my head of 91 till now the boy been feeling kind of wrong. Since 32, handling coughing snakes up on my head of 91 till now the boy been feeling kind of wrong. Since 32, handling coughing snakes up on my
negiete masili nila rotmie dnet stil dram ki naftsien rekez sal riedei kilnego ne evien iptev navniem nastsep gidon da ritnov mesla tazeb rond kitav selas sheb kikaus sayalap nrob nöhas tehni chnius yubu eb ed rauk mauk chnol Bread Rasilk Natot Yes Ewa Fag Nig Kide Oz Net Leme Nina Nats Neknov Yed Niez Canapé Secure
Shoot alleen maar zoveel love. Ja man. Ja man. Ik 50. Nino, LSD vast. Dat maak ik ook mee. zo gebeurd. We hadden undercover calls. Zo gebeurd. En dan kijk para of iets. Maak ik ook mee? Of...
He said that's Ami, that is Ami, but my Amni's way more potent. I wanna fly away from.
What are you waiting for?
Biz. Open enough to make it feel like distance. I saw you in the prairie, finding an alternative. Pitch for a bigger view. A dog knows what it means to wait, and the introverts are speaking quietly of what it means to be them. Let me see your face in the sun. Rhythmic intervals is a person. I want a garden for summer and your unpreceded awe. A camera that captures what the eye sees and a tongue that notices its own bath. The skin is aging in the light, and the more I'm unsure what to do, the more it feels like being a glass of cold milk is something to strive for. The one to print on temporary paper, one that doesn't crumple and pile, that never makes a stack on the edge of the table or vertically pressed in the library. A surface that lets you read the printed when need be. A sheet that needs light. But then again, paper is temporary. So who is more ill? The clustered or the nervous acquiring? Rhythmic intervals is a person, and I want a garden for summer and your unpreceded awe. A camera that captures what the eye sees and a tongue that notices its own bath. Let me see your face in the sun.
Can't just come to a stop.
この家族についてもっと奇妙なことがある。彼らはしばしば一切の衣服を脱ぎ捨て、
can't just come to a stop.
辺りがどんどん暗くなっていく。気づけば私は駅前のコンビニにいた。特に何を買うつもりもなくそこに立っていた。すると突然赤ん坊の声が店内に響き渡った。店員はただならぬ気配を感じ、そっとレジの棚を開ける。誰かが捨てたのか、その中の白いプラスチックのトレイの中で生まれたばかりの赤ん坊が入っていた。そしてその赤ん坊が入っているトレイの下にもう一枚トレイが重なっている。店内に戦慄が走る。誰かが警察と救急車を呼ぶ声がする。レジには赤ん坊が入ったトレイとその下にあった空っぽのトレイが並んだ。空っぽのトレイには死神のような姿が映っていた。私がそれを覗いた瞬間、死神は大きな影となって店内に広がった。そして低い声で何かをつぶやいた。死神は自動ドアのガラスに映り込んでその姿をあらわにした。近くの交番からやってきた警官がドアの向こうから店内に入ろうとするのが見えた。しかし警官は忽然と姿を消し、ガラスにどこか暗いところに迷い込む姿が映し出された。死神は彼を深い地獄の底へと落としたのだ。死神は警官の血を使って自動ドアに走り書きをし、こちらへ手招きする。彼はドアを通じてあの世へ人々を連れて行こうとしていたのだ。しかし人々は抵抗した。赤ん坊の泣き声がもっと大きくなる。次第に怒り始めた死神はついには狂ったようになって叫び声を上げた。その声によって自動ドアは粉々に割れてしまった。割れた瞬間、死神の姿は消えてしまった。ガラスにパトカーの赤い光が反射している。そこで初めて外で雨が降っているのに気づいた。
I don't believe that. Life can't just come to a stop.
その時、急に私は死神は何をつぶやいたのか理解した。彼はこう言っていた。最も醜いものは何だ。私は答えを知っている。私はあの家族の能
It's spoken of tenderness. You, the tender. Avant la lettre. Where edit, active ingredient, collective research, orange thinking, the exhibition, summarize, not everything is feeling or subtle matter, dry body age between the state plus one, the reminder. I was reading about microscopic hormone mailing in Japan. to the world, whether breathing like body, about feeling boxed in a little line. If you don't develop skill in the prayer shape shift, you tend, I could say, new nerve consciousness is overrated, says the terror, an aqueous humor that feels like and a password for supposed inflation, Finland, and a tech for a backward for condition, for performance as tech, for feeling utterly used, registration code D6A33F8443 ID 4.
It's too much to hear.
When I see you back, I throw you snow in my hand to fix the time, 'cause both times was broken. I point you and no one saw me in the hill. I'm cold, you were singing. To be dazzled in a calm place, you have to pass certain ways and rest ways. It's not equivalent.
Yes, I've always liked birds since I was a small kid. And then I started looking at the different species and trying to learn more about the different species. And at some point I was trying to see as many species as possible. Now I don't think too much about that. I like more to learn about their habitats and
I feel
their way of life.
everything goes backwards to zero. Your song becomes zero. But when I see you back, I can see snow on your shoulder. Fixed time.
Maybe it's in some ways, maybe
always scared of how many times we were dropped, so we are too unconcerned. You said you make things pure, like sunrise. Then you may fall down. Nothing can float without power, like all kind of emotions. I hate emotions as you dump them every day. You spoil everybody by your action. You can connect something bigger because you're not individual, but more like formless. You never know how your face looks. You will be everywhere in the map.
I needed that. I needed that. Zeg jij? I needed that. I needed that. I needed that. I needed that.
Wat zei je, Oscar dan? I needed? Ja.
Wat zei jij? I needed that. I needed that. I needed that. Oh, lekker. Hè? Ja, waar is die? Waar is die? Ja, pak maar.
I always told myself how to cross the ocean. Ocean is really attractive to me these days. There are no man, no social relations. But also, it's constant experience of crossing anything. You're isolated, but trying to connect something bigger. Expanding yourself infinitely. Things happen in one place. It's also happening anywhere in the earth with different meanings.
Where edit, active ingredient, collective research, orange, thinking the exhibition, summarize, not everything is feeling or subtle matter, dry the age between the state +1. Dear Manu, I was reading about microscopic hormone mailing hinge attached to the word, whether breathing like body, about feeling boxed in a little line if you don't develop guilt. In the prayer, shape shift you 10. I could say I'm 10. New note with consciousness is overrated, says the terror. An aqueous humor that feels metal. And a password for Cyprus. The inflation, Finland, and the tech for need. A parcours for condition, for performance, as tech for feeling utterly used. Registration code D6A AK33FA443 ID4.
You know, and it's people love him as an artist because I've always been his future self. It's just I've been constantly trying to get him here, you know. You know, and it's people love him as an artist because I've always been his future self. It's just I've been constantly trying to get him here, you know.
I went to a school in Tottenham called Wellborn, and when I got to second to last year, we did some exam at the end of the year, and like I just smashed it. They called my mum and my dad into the school, and I thought, why are they calling them into the school for? And they sat us all down in the room, and they said that basically Joseph has been working too fast. He's completing the exams too quickly, and like basically everything's become too easy for me, that I'm too advanced for my year. So then they moved me up a year. When I finished that year, I'm thinking to myself, well, I'm gonna go secondary school and like, I'm gonna go secondary school, but I'm gonna be too young to be in secondary school. So the year finished. So we're talking about what secondary schools I'm gonna go to. And then I don't know who got in touch. Must be someone from like, you know, the board of schooling or something. I can't go to secondary school because I'm too young. So I had to do the year again. So that's when it just got mad. Just probably were just bored. Started to become complacent, become a nuisance. Then I went to St. Paul's School in Tottenham. And then that's where it started to sink in that like, well, I kept getting kicked out of class. Stuff weren't, it was just not the same. You get me? I just was like, just doing everything whack. I could have gone Northumberland Park, which is next door to St. Paul's in Tottenham, but that my mum, it was bad enough as it was, so it was like, to put me in Northumberland Park would have just made me even worse than I already was. So I went to a school in Winchmore Hill called Winchmore School, and by this time, because my dad was like a DJ, I was proper into music. Like, parties starting at like 8 at night. Aunties, uncles come around. Then I'd go to bed at like 1, 2 in the morning. And I'd wake up at like 8 again in the morning. Then you'd have like 3 relatives that are still dancing. Proper slow. Like, they're just drained, but they're still going for it. You wake up in the morning and you can just hear coming through the walls. You know, everyone's still there. So music's always been in my mind, in my soul. Like, so by the time I got to secondary school, I was into music. My dad bought me my first album, Doggy Style, Snoop Dogg, Doggy Style. He bought it for me from Edmonton Green Shopping Centre. I got it on tape. Got the album on tape. So I started getting into rap. The drum and basses, the Heartless Crews. And it's like, music was the only thing that interested me again, because I felt that I had a talent. In school I was good at art, all the stuff in PE obviously. I was good at English. But it's like, I don't know whether maybe my attitude or my behaviour just didn't fit what school was about, because nothing there was too much for me to learn. But maybe just the format of school, just the schedule, everything about it, you know, it just didn't suit me. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes some things just don't suit people, like the way that things are set out. People's systems don't run like that. But, you know, I didn't do that well in school. I left school, I got 1 GCSE English, that was it. And I remember being in school, like when I was younger, and I always used to want to, like, if my mum asked me what I wanted to be, I would say I would want to be a doctor. But I felt like I got to a certain stage in school where it was like, you ain't gonna be no doctor, bro. You ain't gonna be one, because the teachers were more interested in telling me off and putting me outside, but not really, like punishing someone for something. Someone for something it doesn't help a situation. Like I think like more communication was needed. Like they were quick to throw me out rather than tell me like, this is the lesson. Like, what do you want to be when you get older? I want to be a doctor. Well, this is the lesson, science. That's going to help you a lot. So I don't want to kick you out of the class now, but if you continue to do it, I will kick you out. But then in a few years' time, you look back to this lesson and realise, like, I weren't getting spoken to. I'm not someone who's hard to listen either, because from young, my mum and my dad, they've always spoken to me. And when something real has been spoken to me, I hear it. And like, I just felt like I weren't getting spoken to properly. I was more getting kicked out and excluded. And like, anyway, my point is, I just got to the stage where I thought like, nothing ain't gonna happen for me, man. You know what I mean? Like this is just bullshit, man. Everything that I do at school is bullshit. Started rolling spliffs and going to school. Smoking spliffs on the way to school. By the time I get to registration, I'm laughing at everybody. I didn't know anything. I didn't even know where life was going, you know what I mean? I was in school, I was just doing anything I want. So I was just being like a total dick, like just living every day by how it comes and just thinking, oh yeah, one day this school shit's gonna end and I'm gonna be able to go out and make £1 million anyway, because this school shit's just bullshit anyway. And like, when I left, I realised like, raw, everything I wanted to be, I ain't gonna be that. I ain't gonna be that. I just got told off. I just got told off by people for about 7 years. Just getting told off. And put down, kicked out of class, you know what I mean? Then you come out of school and like, then you face reality, you know what I mean? You face reality. Like all that shit that they were trying to teach me in school was fucking bullshit, bro. I'm out here. EMC squared shit. I ain't never ever walked anywhere and need to know what the square root of anything is in this whole life. I don't need to know the square root of shit. You get me? And it's like all that shit that I've learned was just rubbish. And I'm facing things out here like, could be raining outside, I've got my hood on. And I walk into a shop. Hood on. I'm like, it's raining. Or I'm ill. I'm going into the doctors. Because I'm ill. People are sitting there and they're shuffling over like, oh, he's come, look at this guy, look at this guy. You know what I mean? Or you're walking down the road and like women are like holding their handbags and stuff when they see you coming. And after everything they show on the news, I wouldn't even think it's wrong for them to do that. Or things that they read in the paper. But it's all these little things that since school Like, you just get put down. You feel like you're not worth anything. You feel like you're not going to get anything in life. So you go into a fuck the world mode. You know, especially if you smoke weed. You go into a fuck the world mode. You start smoking weed to get away, to forget, to get high, to relax, drink a little drink, just to get away from all this shit. And that's why these people, they love listening to, you know, the rap music and stuff. Because a lot of people would say, oh, it's the rap that influences what's happening, but it's not. It's what's happening that influences the raps. Because if we weren't going through it, we wouldn't be rapping about it. And it's like, that's why these people out here are listening to this rap music, because they finally feel that there's someone out there that relates to them. Somebody out there that's been through the same stuff as what they've been through. And he's the voice. He's the voice of their emotion. He's the guy that's speaking all the things that they want to say, everything. You can see from you know, the BB statuses, the WhatsApp statuses, the tweets, the Facebook statuses, what people are taking and quoting from these rappers. You know, and it's like, I just want to let people know that you have to work on remembering that this is the way that everything is set out for you to feel. They want you to tell them fuck the world out of you. If you're not going to go and work for minimum wage, then they really want you in jail. They don't want you out here doing anything that they're not in control of. You know? You have to really drop that, really get ambitious, really feel that you can be more than you are, or than they tell you that you can be. You've got to really rub that out of your soul. Like, don't think that way. No matter how many people hold their hand back from you, no matter how many times people give you them looks, no matter how many times you walk into a store with money in your pocket to buy something, the whole intention and heart and incentive to buy something, and a security guard is following only you one person, when there's another 20 people in the shop, he's following you. And you think to yourself, why is this man following me for? Like me, I've got money, I haven't come in here to do anything, but he's following me. No matter how many people do them kind of things, you just remember, you can be more. Don't be the person who they think you are. Don't be the person who they expect you to be. You know what I mean? Really rub it out, man. And just get ambitious and work hard for something, and don't watch no one. Don't watch nothing. Don't watch nothing what anybody says to you. Do your thing and make sure you're doing good. Make sure you're doing good, because I'm not gonna lie, it took me a while to, you know, even music, even being in certain places that I am through music, and, you know, brushing shoulders with certain people in higher places, which I have to say, because we've got a class system in this country. You know, you learn as you're around them, like, I used to find myself doing things that I don't normally do, just to show that I weren't a bad person. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like when you're like, I don't like, you know, like you might see someone and you think, oh, I'm not supposed to be here. So you start to act different. You start to like act more like upper class when you're not upper class. Don't matter what they think you are. You're not upper class. And you don't really like them. You don't really like upper class because they don't like you. You don't have to beg friend with anybody that doesn't like you. You get me? And I just noticed myself start acting a certain way, like to be like, oh, don't want them to feel like I'm too riff-raff now, you know what I mean? But fuck them, because they don't respect you. They feel like because they got more money than you, that they're better than you. And they ain't. They ain't. Their money can't, they're not going to take their money to their grave. Their money means nothing. They're not happy. They're not happy. I see them when I'm out celebrating birthdays with my friends in strip clubs. And I'm enjoying myself as a young man. They're out there as old guys. Still searching. Well, while we're here buying champs and drinking and enjoying ourselves, making, getting taken on the stage and getting funny dances and pictures taken of us. They're over there spending £500 in private VIP booths to stay there for hours and talk to this girl like she's his little girlfriend. You know what I mean? Them guys ain't happy. We don't have to respect them. They don't respect us. They don't rate us. We can be something. You have to get that in your head. You can be something. Don't watch things and see things and feel like, oh, I need it now, I need it tomorrow. Because I think that is one of the major reasons why the riots happened. And I'm not condoning riots, and I'm definitely 1,000,000% not condoning burning down of people, of private businesses and stuff like that. I don't know what people was getting out of that. I'm saying the reason for the riots were because people out there, like myself, that left school and felt like I have nothing out here. I'm not going to be a doctor. I'm not going to be nothing. There's no way that I'm going to be able to go and buy that. When there is, because you can go to college and you can get these qualifications and you can do things. But years of the down putting of these people's personalities and characters makes them feel like that. That's how they feel. And I'm not talking about what the facts are. It's how you feel. It's how you feel. And these people feel like the only way they can get these tellies or these trainers or whatever they were looting was to take it. This is the only chance. For me to get that iPad, I need to go and take it now. Because nobody's caring about the police right now. Because the police don't care about us. That's why that happened. And as I said, I'm not condoning it. I am very sure that I would have been out there looting a few years ago before my music career kicked off. I would definitely been out there. Definitely been out there. I would have definitely been out there. But thank God, thank the supporters and the fans that bought my music and showed me some hope and some courage and showed me another way out. I put down all the drugs that I was selling and started to think positive. Because there was a time when I was on the street, out there, trying to really get to this dream by selling drugs. And God knows that I could have been sitting down right now, umpteen times. I could have been in jail right now, just been trapped in that cycle. But I didn't, and for a good year, I was here and there with money. I couldn't really, you get what I mean? I was trying to pick up, because I weren't always on the line. They didn't really think I was serious. They weren't ringing that much, but I was in my music. And I thought to myself, yeah, don't worry. Like, keep going, keep going. Going to a raves, like, getting a booking like once every 2 months. Getting a £300. Probably spend about 50, 100 in the club trying to get me floss with my friends. Then use the other £200 to come back and put it towards my re-up and try and get on the next level. You get me? But I stuck it out. I stuck it out. And now I can say that I've seen both sides. And I remember how I felt. I remember exactly how I felt, and I felt like nothing. I felt like nothing. And that's why I took from people, because I felt that was the only way. That was the only thing I could do to take. Rub the attitude off your skin. Rub the attitude off your skin. You get me? You can be something. You can be something. I believe in my talent, and I rubbed that I'm not meant to be attitude off my skin. No matter who does anything or looks at me or does anything anyway, I know that everything that I see, touch, smell, taste, anything I do, I'm thinking about how I can put it into music. How I can put it into music. How can I make another man say, me too? How can man listen to my music and go, oh my God, how did he just say that? Till then I'll be sitting in my house with a big spliff watching Babe Station daytime. Oh my God, Skeppy is too real. Skepta is the man. He's saying that shit that no one's saying, and I do that as well. You get me? I know that's my talent, and I'm clear with it, and I'm to the point. And no person is going to make me feel that I'm not talented. Get out there and do it. Get out there, use your resources, be positive, and rub that I can't be attitude off your skin. That's to all the underdogs out there that feel that way. Remember this, because believe me, this is the underlying situation of the youth of today. We all get looked down on, and we all get told and made to believe that we can't be. You can't be. You can't be. You look at a man walking out of a office in Covent Garden in a suit, and you feel like, I'm never gonna be him. I'm never gonna be him. But you can. You can. And all them girls that you're chasing, and all that high life you're chasing, it's never gonna last. It's never gonna last unless you do it properly. It's never gonna last unless you do it properly and have something that is not short term and has longevity. So work hard. That's to all the underdogs out there. And that's all I got to say.